If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 29th of July 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics today here at Eagle Farm today. Eagle Farm is in Queensland and there are two prominent tracks in Queensland. One is Doomben and the other one is Queensland. One is Doomben and the other one is Eagle Farm. And Eagle Farm is a bigger track than Doomben, but stability wise, I think Doomben is more reliable, but we are here today and this is the ground reading is good for, and the last finishing mile is about 400 meters, could be a little more. We've got 9 races here today and we'll see what we can do here. This track offers anywhere about 30% on the odds. Okay, the rails are out 12 meters today and that's normal for this track. This track generally is a track that works like that. It goes on 12 meters and 9, 10, 11, something on those lines. Naveen, welcome back, Naveen. But we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses in the paddock. And once we have taken a look at the paddock or the gates, if we find that all the horses that we've chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, the gray areas, we often highlight those things and give it a shout out. Please note and remember, we do not provide any tips or picks. Okay, decisions are always your own. What we do here is analytics, and within this frame, within the frame of analytics, the decisions are the key factors that one needs to be making. So we know there are situations which are highlighted here in the sheet, but whether or not that situation is something that anybody has any personal interest on, that is a very personal thing. We do not encourage tipping, betting, anything on those lines. We do not encourage. This is purely educational. We do the analytics, we try to look for how things are working, and if they're working, that's great. If they're not working, we try again and try to find out why it did not work. So that's more or less what we do. But we'll take a look at the first race today, which is here at Eagle Farm, and take the market snapshot. Number 2 has been scratched. is gate number 2, 3 is gate number 1, 4 is gate number 5, 5 is gate number 9, 5 is gate number 9. Okay. 5 is gate number 9, 6 is gate number 10. 7 is gate number 3. 8 is gate number 6. 9 is gate number 8. 9 is gate number 8. 10 is gate number 4. I think that's it. Yep. Six, 4, 1, 3 are the odds. 6, 4, 1, and 3. Okay, so that 6 is the favorite. Okay. Now 6 is our hero, which is the linear. Now, what exactly is this? What exactly is happening, and what are we supposed to get out of this? So why 6 is favorite? So number one is every other horse is a negative leverage. Okay. These horses are going to be running for the first time. So we don't have a clue what they're all about and how they can actually move, or they will actually move or not. Right? So we have no clue about that. So 1, 3, 9, we don't know. They are kind of like that. 4 and 6. Ideally, 4 should win. Okay? Ideally, 4 should win. And Why 4 is not the favorite is because it's a colt. Whether that horse will run, these are very difficult animals. Okay, colt is a very difficult animal. If they don't like the jock, they will not even move. And no matter how good they look on papers and how good they look wherever, uh, that probably doesn't work, because this particular thing cannot be identified with a number. Whether the horse likes the jock or not is something that cannot be interpreted with numbers. That's something that reflects when the jock has substantial number of races with it and has has a substantial number of winning or place races here with the horse. So the point is this, that if the jock had actually won with this horse, we would have gotten a little more confidence, but this one looks like it has gotten a place. Let me just check. CJ, second please. It came in second. It came in second, so it's not that the jock doesn't know the horse. The jock knows the horse. That is that part of the story. Now let's see how things might work. Okay. So 1 and 3 are very identical horses, okay? 1 and 3 are very identical horses. Out of which, I mean, they both are going to be running for the first time. They both are on 57. The adjustments are the same. They are from one and first and the second gate. That's more or less where they stand. Okay, so that's that part of the story. So these two are extremely identical. Technically they cannot beat 4, but they can beat 6. Okay, because the 6 is a drop. Technically they cannot beat 4, but they can beat 6. The 6 is the favorite, the 4 is the colt. The 6 has a leverage, the 4 is a negative leverage. The 6 comes from a wider gate on a 12-meter rail, and 4 comes a little inner. So ideally, see, from every angle, it is 4. We need to believe that it is 4. But the problem is that it's a cold, negative leverage, and things can go wrong. All right, that's the highest relative weight. That is the highest ideal weight. So probably this horse, the only reason this can be beaten is if the colt doesn't run because of its mood swings or because of its attitude or whatever you call it. Maybe that is where it'll just not run. That's all. Either it'll not run from the gates or it'll give it a pause after the first bend, second bend, wherever it is. But that thing will happen. So ideally, see, 6 is a very dicey one. Winning with 6 is difficult. Why? Because there are quite a few things into play. Will that, I mean, it's a linear. Okay, so linear is like the highest handicap, which we can see that it is the highest handicap, which means it is a good horse. Okay, which is good. But it is, if that's the scene and they are all the same, then probably if they're the same, then probably the highest drop will work. Probably the highest drop will work, because if, I mean, technically this is how the explanation is. So let's say they're all the same. Okay, the capability is all the same. So what happens when there is a drop? So if the capabilities are the same, the drop will act as a relaxation. So out of these 3, technically speaking, 6 can beat. Why? They're the same. And that's the relaxation. It is like if you have 3 of the hulks trying to lift a mountain, all 3 of them are hulks. The one with the smaller mountain will have advantage. They're all the same. Their strength is the same. So that is where 6 comes in. And the contradiction with 4 is this, that whether the 4 is going to run, or not. That's the contradiction. So ideally 4 should win. These 2 technically cannot beat 6 today. I take back my word, because when I'm looking at that, so I said that 1 and 3 can beat 6 technically, but the analogy is this, that if they're the same, then this will work. So 4 is a colt, that's why it is the second favorite. 6 is there, probably. So 6 is a gelding, which is a more reliable one. But ideally it is 6-4, I think. Then what happens? Then these 2 are identical. Then anything is possible. I'm not going to get into it. This is a little dicey. Dicey as in, like, I would not advise anyone to get into this. Why? Because if the colt runs, then the 6 will get defeated. If the colt runs, then the 6 is out. Can the 6 and 4 be a queen? There are possibilities, but if the 4 doesn't run, then the 4 is nowhere. So These two cannot be a queen. It's a very, very risky queen. Can the 4 beat the 6? Yes, it can. So stay out of it. We'll see how it works.
Gone from $4.40 into $4.20. debut with dubious 2-year-olds in the back 40,000. That's won a Deegan trial by just over half a length. For Matt Hoysted, $7 into $4. It's attracted really good interest to win on debut under Jack Chester. Good read there from this morning to now on the tab fix. Late figures with the bookies. Extravagant Johnny getting out here as well to 340 off 260. Metal Boss 420 into 360, and the Debutante Benefit of Doubt is 550 into $4, confirming everywhere to beat both. Mo and Lisa number 9 at longer odds for Anthony Allen, 12.13, just back to $12. Rail out 12 metres around Eagle Farm today. We're on a good 4 surface. As we say, good morning to Mitch Matters.
G'day, Andrew. A very good morning to you, and morning to everyone tuning into the coverage of Eagle Farm today. We've got a gorgeous day in Brisbane weather-wise today. It is an absolute cracker. A good 4 for racing. In fact, they had to put 4 mil of irrigation on this track last night or yesterday afternoon with the weather, some breezy conditions yesterday afternoon, but fine weather. So we've had a bit of a dry run over the last couple of weeks, which has enabled these tracks to dry right out. And we're on a good 4 surface today. 2 divisions of the 2-year-old maiden, that last chance to try and get that elusive win as a 2-year-old before the season closes at the end of the week. And they will kick off the program. And the other story of the day is can Tony Gollan beat his own record of 147 victories? He sits on 145 at the moment, Tony. So 2 wins will equal that, and 3 today will set a new benchmark record of 148. He's got a number of runners today to try and topple that benchmark that he's already set. Benefit of Doubt comes up into the gates. Forcefelt is ready. All black of the club on Anders Dream here. This has become an open market. Metal Boss is $350 favourite. Benefit of Doubt $390. Extravagant Johnny $390. It's probably the little softer one in the market compared to the other 2. In fact, as the market updates again, you'll be able to get $420 about Extravagant Johnny. So clearly the best 2 tried are the new favourite Metal Boss and the new second-elect Benefit of Doubt. So Moet Lisa comes up into the stalls and Tim Tam Slam. Thanks to Bernie and Maxie downstairs. So the last couple about to come up. Metal Boss and Extravagant Johnny to come forward and complete the line. First of 9 today. Rail is out 12 metres this afternoon. And it's a good 4. Extravagant Johnny completes the line. We're set to run. Oh, one's got Restless here. Benefit of Doubt. Benefit of Doubts has got to Restless, and the rider of Winning Harlow is out the back as well. So we've got an issue here. I think it was Benefit of Doubt, the one to go off, and maybe Michael Rods just had to escape harm's way. But whether it is Winning Harlow, both riders are out the back, and Jag seems to be in a little bit of discomfort, favouring a leg at the moment. And I think it's got itself in a bit of a tangle here, Benefit of Doubt, if that's the runner. Now, they've backed Winning Harlow out of the gates. Yeah, Winning Harlow has been backed out. The issue remains with Benefit of Doubt, who I reckon the starter would have been a moment away from putting on that red light. And it's got itself cast here. So they've backed Forcefelt out of the gates, who was drawn inside of it. And Winning Harlow was drawn one to its outside. Backing Anders Dream out of the gates as well, by the looks of it. Now, one of these has come out the other side. It's Benefit of Doubt. In fact, it's done a U-turn in the gates and it's come out the reverse way. So we've got 4 runners backed out of the stalls here. So the vet will be hard at work to ascertain if there's any other further scratchings outside of the main culprit, which I believe is Benefit of Doubt.
All right, I'm told Sky 2 to catch the action live there at Eagle Farm. It's also live on Sky Thoroughbred Central, but closing in on 4 minutes behind start times. We're moving on in Sky 1 to the second event at Murray Bridge, Velvet Legend. As they almost arrive at the boxes, with vacant boxes around it at $2.50 is in from $4.40.
We will have to wait a little bit.
With the tab fix. The second pick is
We will have to wait a little bit for them to fix the mess. The feed is still not on. They're still fixing it. We just have to wait a little bit.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
There's some other
3, 2,
track.
1. Testing 1.
This one is some other track. It's not the same track. I don't know if what are they doing? They're still not up with the race. Okay, so they actually raced, but they did not show the stream. Okay, they actually showed they raced, but they did not show the stream. And the result is 8, 4, 3, 10. The result is 8, 4, 3, 10. We were waiting for the feed, but they just did not show the feed. They did not put the feed on. So that happened. So the 6 did not win. The 8 won. Okay. The 4 also did not win. So what happened here is basically this is what we call a mix sex bag. All right. This is exactly why I was highlighting the gates to understand how the mix sex is going to work. So when they put a 2-year-old colt and then you have the fillies which are there. So what happens basically is the colt cannot win. The colt cannot win, and it becomes very dicey with the fillies whether they will win or not, because it becomes very sexual here. Okay, this becomes very sexual here because that's how it has always played like. So the 6 did not win, the 4 did not win, it went to 8. We'll go to the next, we'll see what's going on. I was waiting for the feed to come up, but that did not happen. 11 has been scratched from the second one. Ten, 8, 1, 6. So the 10 is the favorite. The 10 is good, but it is coming from gate number 11, which is very wide for today. Now let's check what happened here, okay? So 8, 4, 3, and 10. 6 from gate number 10 did not get it, okay? That is what we were looking at. So that did not happen from gate number 10. This is where it collected, then the 3, then the 10 up here. So again, this is from gate number 11, which is very wide. That's that part of the story. And the relative weight is 56 on this, 55. 8, let's talk about 8. 8 is also a 55. It is like this, 55, and here it is 56. So both of the relative weights are less. 6 is 59, which is higher, but its form line is very questionable. Okay, the form line is very questionable. Now what might happen is five. So what are the difference between 5 and 7? If we try to understand this, so 5 is a higher relative weight with a low challenge with a jockey adjustment here, and the 7 is climbing very high, 4.5 from 56. The relative weight is lower, but it is doing very well. Okay, the form line is good, so probably it is going to be it is going to be having competition. It is not that it is not going to be having competition. That 5 is a check. What is 10? 10 is good, but it is coming from gate number 11, 12-meter wide rails. This one from gate number 10, if we look at what it was in 1921 at a 55. It is also at a 55. Here the form line is improved, but that looks a little difficult from gate number 11. 8 is the right odd, but it is lower. This is the 7 is higher, but it is also high up on the competition, which we can see. Okay, the 6 fits the bill, but the form line is an issue. It's one of the worst in the form line, but I don't know how long it is, like after 19 weeks. So this probably could be stale. But if we look at these two, then 5 turns out. Okay, so if that happens, then that happens with 4.5, but could go lower. 10, 1. This is okay, 10. So 10. 2G in that case here is the heavyweight from gate number 11. 5. This thing is probably a bad idea. This one is good. 58, 56, 57. It's a colt again. This one is a colt. If they're all the same, then the one definitely will have an advantage. So one will have an advantage. So if that's that, that's very steep. 5 is okay.
to 250, 260 into $2.30. See the sale number 8 is 298 to $3.50. See on the second line, through the same race as the favourite. Around third to it, hitting the line nicely. Then we've got Bohemian Prayers, 650 into 550. We own a Chevy is 850 into $7.50. It's the other one that's been spec about 90 seconds away. The rest are headed up by Flying Return, which is $10 out to $12. So 2-year-old maiden here over the 1,200 metres for the second events. Mitch Manners is with Exceed the Sale number 8. Let's get to it.
Thanks for that. And Andrew, thank you. Now, after that issue in the first race, we've got the phone working now, which is good. And there won't be any late scratching throughout the rest of the day. But, yeah, the phone's working now, so we should be right to go. That was a bit of a issue in that first event when we've had 2 late scratchings at the gate. So hopefully these 2-year-olds get around safely here in this second race of the day. We lost 2 in the first of the barrier. Now this market has gravitated towards Sarragon here. 225 is the price now. Now Sarragon Exceed the Sale come out of the Bonnie Boom race. Iskander Run ran 4th in that race as well. They're all coming through that Bonnie Boom race here when Bonnie Boom ran really fast time for the 1,000. Now the best form reference is the previous winner I ran so far, who ran 6th and was beaten some 7 lengths. So that form has been franked, so you can understand them supporting Sarragon and Exceed the Sale. The horse that has got no race form and is coming off the trials is Bohemia Prayers, and they've kept him very solid in the market. In fact, he was scratched from a trial yesterday at Doom to be saved for the races today. Three-Eyed Witch coming forward with Flying Return. Now, Zuza Chance, Bohemia Prayers and Sarragon to come up and complete the line. Getting close here for the second of the day. Zuza Chance loads up. Bohemia Prayers coming forward. Sarragon 230, 320 Exceed the Sale, and $6 Bohemia Prayers. Now Sarragon's about to come up. It's got an outside gate to contend with here. Sarragon moves in now, and we're set to go. Ready, race 2. And the racing now. Sarragon was in the back half of the field of the jump, only had 1 behind it, Early Flying Return, but it's now mustering good speed, the favourite. He's Worthy, Bounce Well. Sarragon's going forward, using a bit of petrol early, but it's going to find the front after 300 metres or so. We own a Chevy holding a 4th spot on the rail. Three-Eyed Witch is there at the centre. He's Worthy back to 4th now, then Zuza Chance. Bohemia Prayers around midfield, but a fraction wide. On the rails next is Exceed the Sale. 2 lengths away, Iskander Run, Flying Return. Diamond Impact is last. So Sarragon's in front, wasn't able to cross to the fence. We own a Chevy, kept it out, and they've carved out a good gallop here. 3 lengths on Three-Eyed Witch in third. Then He's Worthy. Running on in between runners, Exceed the Sale. Bohemia Prayers is out deeper. Zuza Chance, Flying Return, Iskander Run, and last of all is Diamond Impact. Below the 300 metres mark, Sarragon's the leader from We Own a Chevy. After them now is Exceed the Sale down the centre. Further back, Iskander Run, but it's hitting the front. Exceed the Sale, 100 metres left to run. Breaking clear now, 2 lengths in front. Iskander Run, We Own a Chevy for the miners, but Exceed the Sale's too good. Exceed the Sale won it. Second, Iskander Run from We Own a Chevy, I think, in a photo. Three-Eyed Witch has run 4th, then Zuza Chance, Bohemia Prayers, Flying Return. Sarragon folded up after doing a lot of work early, and towards the tail end, Diamond Impact, and He's Worthy.
Filly by Exceedance, made no more at start 2, Exceed the Sale. Waltzing away for Chelsea Baker and paying $3.80 and $1.40. 9 will run second, that's on the outside of the 6. 5 in for 4th, so 8, 9, 6 and 5. Clear-cut numbers to race
8, 9, 6 and 5.
It's underway there. A quick break here on Sky Racing 1. Racing down the muck.
Sure. 8, 9, 6 and 5. 8 went through. 9 6 and 5. So 8. Still the inner gate. 1. 5 will not get there. 8. 9. So 10 was wide, 8 went through. Even it was lower, it went through the push. 5 had the opportunity, but it got to the fourth position. 8 went through. Then came in 9 with that, but that's a negative leverage. Very different. 9. 6 and 5. We go to the next. Four has been scratched. 1 is gate number 1. 2 is gate number 7. 3 is gate number 2. 5 is gate number 6. 6 is gate number 4. 7 is gate number 5. 8 is gate number 8. Two, 5, 6, 1. So yes, 2 is the favorite, and in this case, so what is happening? The first, this one, it was 1200 meter. Gate number 11 was still far. The 8 actually nailed it out, and that's what happened. And the 9 came in from gate number 3. But this one is 1000 meter. Okay, this one is 1000 meters. So ideally, the gate number should not be a problem, because that's how things are on 1000 meter. Now, these are dicey horses. Okay, I mean, it definitely has the advantage, which is an EW. We know that. Okay, but on a 64, that's the highest drop. Okay, this one, the 2 is the right odd. This one, the 6, is not doing well, and it's a negative leverage horse. The nearest one which actually can beat it probably is 3. The nearest one, which is from gate number 2, but it doesn't have any races. 2 is the right odd. Okay, that's a 64, 57. This one and this one, these two are the same horses. But again, if they're the same, then the drop will work. Okay, should work. Like here, let's see how we can talk about it. We can't talk about it because there's it's a mixed bag up here, and those things are not there. But point being, the 55 actually went through. Okay, the 50, this one, the 8 actually went through from gate number 2, but that was a 1200 meter. Here, that thing reduces, and 2 is again the linear. That should work. But then again, they're all negative leverage horses. Okay, they're all negative leverage horses apart from these 2. Now, out of which 3 probably has an upper hand on 1, though 1 is from gate number 1, for 2 reasons. One is because if they're the same, the drop should work, and there is a jockey allocation on 3. So 2 is the right odd. On 1000 meter, it should not fail. 5 is also the right arrangement and the right odd, because it's an EW, probably can get through, but it is in a very bad state. After 7, that's 5. Okay, that's negative 6, it's 2. 6 maybe, but that's how it looks. It's a negative leverage 12, very dicey. What will it do? But that's also possible. So that's a 60, 2.5. Ideally, it should land here. If it lands on this one, the 8, which is even wider with a negative leverage, that should not happen. And these 2 are on 66, out of which 3 has the advantage. So yes, 3 should get there. 3 should get there. 2 is the right odd. 2, 3, 2, 3. I don't know about 5. I mean, these are very wild guesses. The 5 is after 11 weeks, Mornington. So how that 5 will react is a very difficult thing. But point being is this, that it is still not risk-free. Why? Because there's still negative leverage. So we'll see how that works. I think 2 should win. In this case, since 1,000 meter, the gate is still wide, but that's a 64. 5 is also a 64. This is a drop on 5. That's the scene. And that's how it is. Okay, 64, 2. Now, why the if in this case, why the 5 probably cannot beat the 2 since they're the same? It is because of the drop from the relative weight. This is lower, okay, than this. So 2 probably is the right odd.
Three and second up today, 170 to 175, back into $1.70. Super Luck Dragon, 320 to 330 into 290, best back to beat it. Money for Money Maestro, which makes its debut, a $5,000 rich enough yearling. Now a 4-year-old, second in both trials at Toowoomba and Norby, and it's 850 out to 9, into 7, back to 750, so it's been spec. Zuma at longer odds, number 3, it's 19 and 21, back into $19. 60 seconds away, Solve It on top for Mitch, we join him.
Marto, it's, you could make a case that's favourite by default, really. It's had the 2 starts for 2 placings. They've both been okay runs. It was comfortably beaten on debut at the Gold Coast behind Gallavino and then sent for a spell and boxed away well behind City Gold Field, running second at the Sunshine Coast recently. The fact is, nothing else in the race has run a place recently. Pride of Nations has got 1 third placing next to its name, but that was about 8 runs ago. Money Maestro's on debut off a couple of okay trials. Super Luck Dragon's the real query runner. Didn't fire in Hong Kong. Came back and had a couple of runs in Victoria, which were okay. But his recent trial at the Gold Coast was quite good. And he's 330 down to 270. So there's a good late push for Super Luck Dragon. 180 Solvent, 270 now Super Luck Dragon, 750 about Money Maestro. So they're loading up. Now Solvent about to get ready. As Zuman goes up into the gates, it will sport a lime-coloured cap with the stablemate Cool Thoughts, the grey and a pink. Secret Suspicion, it's soft in the market, $7.50 out to $14. There's no Friends Fruit today. Pride of Nations about to come up. Go off as the outsider of the field. And the last to load will be Cool Thoughts with Pride of Nations. In fact, they load in together. The Mecca Race Day Handicap, third of the day, stand by. Solvent odds on favourite. Gates are back and they're off and racing now. Solvent left well, showing speed underneath at Secret Suspicion. Driving forward the rail, Money Maestro to settle third. A couple of lengths away next to Zuman in fourth. Then tracks its stablemate Cool Thoughts. Super Luck Dragons got back to second last now. And 4 lengths away, Pride of Nations last of all. Secret Suspicion was able to drive through and hold the front from Solvent. 500 metres left to run. Money Maestro in third, fourth the outside, improving Zoomin, and Superluck Dragon even wider. Then Cool Thoughts and Pride of Nations is last. They top the straight, passing the 400 metres mark. Secret Suspicion, Solvent moving up on the outside. Superluck Dragon is trying to claim that pair, and they've got clear of the others headed up by Money Maestro. It's still Secret Suspicion on the far side in front. Solvent's not there yet. Likewise, Superluck Dragon, but they're starting to come now after the leader, particularly Superluck Dragon over the top lane. Superluck Dragon,
526.
third in Secret Suspicion. They've gapped the others. 7 lengths away to Money Maestro in fourth. Further back to Zubin, Pride of Nations, and Cool Thoughts all in a line.
So Superluck Dragon, ex-Hong Kong horse, then have a stint with Clayton Douglas. Stable debut for Alan Chow to winning one, place 270 and $1.41.20 Solvent, no good Secret Suspicion. So it's 5-2-6 and 1 in for fourth. Money Maestro. First 3 gap the rest, and there's 6 races to come at Eagle Farm. 8th event from Sale is next.
5 to 5-6. The 2 still did not win. One and 8 has been scratched. 6 is 8. 4 is 4. 5 is 10. 6 is 5. 7 is 2. 9 is 11. 10 is 7. 11 is 3. 3, 4, 5, 10. So what is happening here on this track today is this, that the gate numbers are definitely getting affected. Even on 1,000 meters, that thing got affected. But now, if we take a look at what was happening, so that's that. This was the high drop at the last moment with the advantage. It just went through. Okay. So whether it had the form line was irrelevant here, but that's a very dicey thing to work with. If there is no form line and it shows like that, if that gets in, that gets in. It's pretty much like that. So now let's understand what can happen and what cannot happen. So let's start with this 7. As a 56, it cannot go as a neutral. 11 as a 56.5, it cannot go as a neutral. 4, if they are all 56, then the drop should work. Okay, that's exactly what is happening. Okay, that is exactly what is happening. But here the 1 got through, the 3 did not get there, which was something that I was expecting. So that did not happen. But that also is because, you know, a lot of other factors, the gate numbers and the form line, the body weight, a lot of other factors which are involved. So 4 definitely has a better body weight than 6. So that can go here. But ideally, if they're the same, then the drop should work. That's why we are getting a balance on that. So the 3 is the favorite, which is the heaviest of all. And that is the lowest negative leverage. 60 will be carrying 58.5, which is good. But it is still coming from gate number 8. Here it was gate number 7, it still did not get it. So on 1,000 meter, that is making effect, and there is nothing that we can do. Even on this one, the 10, that was on 33, gate number 11, way too wide. It just did not work. So these two will not go as a neutral. 4 is not a neutral. And this will not go as a neutral. Cannot win. Six. Not really. 5 is from the 15. So here is what I think. I kind of, I think what is happening is 12 meter is affecting, and here the gate number 7 still did not work. Here it increases, same distance, gate number 8. So ideally 3 is the right odd. It's very difficult to beat the 3. Why it is very difficult? Because it is the top weight, has the jockey arrangement and everything. In this one, the 5 had the jockey arrangement, but the 8 went through because of the gate. Okay, because of the gate, there's nothing else to it. There's nothing else. Maybe the form line as well. So that's where it went through with a power play. Here the power play is on 9, which is from gate number 11. So I don't know if those things are going to be possible. So 3 is the right odd, but it is coming from gate number 8. So ideally that's the right odd, but whether it will get there from gate number 8 is a difficult proposition. Coming to 10. 10 cannot win as a 55 and a neutral. 2 is in a very bad state. Coming to 6, these two cannot win as 56.5 and 56 as neutral. 6 and 4. If they're the same, then the larger drop should work. And anyway, this is a negative leverage. So 6 is a check. We'll see how that works. Lewis, welcome back, Lewis. Lewis, what do you like to win with nice odds? Honestly, I'd like the 6 to win. The 6 has what? Is that $12? So three is the right odd, but here what is happening is with a 12-meter wide rail, the wider gates are getting into trouble, and they still haven't managed to cross gate number 6. Okay, it has here it was 2, then 3, then 1 and 4. The first one was 6, then 5, then 3, then 10, 4. Here again, we are at gate number 8, which is difficult. The 10 probably can't win as a 55 and a neutral. That will not probably happen. 2 is in a very bad state, is higher, capable, but in a bad state. 6 and 4 are the same revised weight. If that's that, then the largest drop. That should happen. This is anyway a negative leverage, but that's that part of the story. Okay. And about 11 and all that, they are 56.5. Even I thought maybe the 11, but that is also neutral. So 56.5, 56, those are very difficult propositions to win as a neutral. For that to happen, everything else has to go wrong. Everything else. PC probably is going to be here on Saturdays. He can jump in anytime. You know him. Naveen Lewis is from Venezuela. It's probably early morning where Lewis is, but he's been with us for, I don't know how many years, 3 years now, Lewis? There's a we caught this thing, you know, we had a thing with how the gates and the load distribution is working. We made those arrangements, but somehow you know, they are very much track specific. They're very much track specific. So that is a very difficult proposition They're very much track specific. For example, and let's not pull that thing up today, but the load value is something that works. What do you think, Lewis? Lewis probably left looking at the scene.
Hayden. And with the bookies, we've got joint favourites at $5.50, Agadoo 5 to 5.50, and BMS also 5 to 5.50. Seretti 6 into 5.50. Spirit of St. Louis number 2, 6.50 back to $6. Slipstream 6.7 back to 6.50, and Limbazona number 11 for Jai Williams, Paul Shaler 9.50 into 8.50. If you're after a roughie, Head of the River number 7 for Jake Bayless is returning from Mount Hoysted from a break, $21 into $17. Has been spec'd off a second of the trials. Minute 40 away from start time. Just a reminder about the TAB special midweek. Last chance to get involved here at Eagle Farm. Place a fixed odds win bet on any runner and get a winnings boost paid in bonus. Track nice and early here. And Via Mars on top for Mitch as we head this way.
Market's got no idea here. Like most of us, Marto, this is one tough race. It's $5 the field. Agadoo's 1,200 back to 1,000. A luckless run at Doomben last Wednesday. It's now the favourite for the race. Spirit of St. Louis, the unknown, a debutant, a son of power. Trials were good enough to suggest he could run well on debut. Vio Mass brings mostly Victorian form. Had one start in late February down the track at Doomben, immediately spelled. Trials have been good this prep, I thought. Just got a sticky draw over 1,000 metres to overcome. Seretti's also drawn awkwardly, being placed 4 times in 7 starts, so you sort of know what you get with her. Slipstream has been placed 3 of 6. Lipizana's had some fans late in the piece, 9 down to 8. And at longer odds, Head of the River, 21 down to 16. Tough race. Anything really could win this. So VMS and Lipizana go forward together. Agadoo about to get set. Some real bad watch last week. Just the runs never appeared for Agadoo, and each time it tried to get one, it closed. Now Seretti coming up. Haru, a filly on debut by Bivouac from the Golan stable, 12 out to 17. More action with the stablemate Seretti and Viomas. Now here's Mimi's coming forward. And Spirit of St. Louis will be the last to load to a middle draw. Sky Racing cutest 3-year-old maiden over 1,000 metres. Just waiting upon Spirit of St. Louis. Attendance action with one out wider, but that looks to have settled now, that run-up, because Spirit of St. Louis moving up. Set to run. Ready, and they're racing now. And Seretti was out the back at the start, so too Agadoo. Agadoo's last out. Mimi's left quickly straight to the front from Slipstream coming across into second. Seretti's now going forward on their outside. Head of the River settles down 4th, and then Lipizana, Viomas, Spirit of St. Louis. Agadoo's in a tricky spot. Second last, the rail, and Haru is 3 deep at last. Approaching the home turn, 550 left to run. It's Mimi's in front of half clear from Slipstream, and Seretti's 3 deep at Planted. Head of the River behind the speed, 4th with Lipizana. Viomas is getting a trip home 3 wide. Then followed Agadoo, Spirit of St. Louis, and Haru is last. below the 300 metres mark. Mimi still bobbing here. A length and a half clear from head of the river. Then followed by a deeper Viomass and Agadoo's behind those. It's Mimi's in front. Agadoo the far side. Mimi's 3/4 to Agadoo close home. Mimi's all of the way. Mimi's just too fast. Beat Agadoo Lipizana. Fourth, either Viomass head of the river. Stitch Street not far away. Spirit of St. Louis, Soretti and Haru.
So Mimi's for Taylor Marshall pays double figure odds across the totes and wins comfortably. Bitty Agadoo, Lipizana will run third over on the inside. 9, 4 and 11. Tide go for fourth. 4 down. Still 5 races to come. Midweek from the farm. 7 the bend from Alabar is next. Who they are behind the box is 92nd to 8. Sheriff is the odd.
Nine. Now it came from gate number 11. Jesus Christ. We'll go to the next 5. Hopefully all those things are over. What happened here? 9, then 4, then 11. 9, 4, 11. We didn't consider the 9. It was coming from gate number 11. But that happened. That is exactly what happens every time anyway. 5, no scratching. 5, 3, 8, 6. Okay, 5 is the favorite, okay? Now, 5 is jumping one step up. From a 57, the revised, the relative weight is a 57.5, okay? The struggle is real. It's a benchmark 70. And then there is this one, which is climbing 6 steps up on the top weight, which is 60. So probably that's a little too much. That's a little too much. This horse has never won the 6. I'm sorry, the 1. The 1 has never won in the last 12 races, so that's a little steep, so that's out. That probably is not the thing. 5 also has never won. So why this thing is happening? So they're just going up in the class, okay? They're just going up in the class and without the leverage. So that's probably that kind of a thing which is happening. So these are difficult situations, all right? The 1 never won, the 5 never won. If you look at RaceNet, it will give you the snapshot of the last 10 races, and the 5, the closest was 2nd that it came in, okay? So that's probably that part of the story. It has a huge body weight. That part is there. So what is going to happen? I mean, this horse in last 10 races, the 5 and the 1, they did not win. Okay, we're expecting them to win in this particular race. And there's no reason for that, to believe that it will happen. Especially when there are these horses with, huge drops which are coming across. Okay. The 3 which they're talking about came in first in the last race with Thompson, which is the linear. Now, what is the problem? The problem is it is gate number 5. This is gate number 2. The distance is 1800 meter. So 1800 meter will require weight. So 3 would still be the 1. This one is a 6-year-old mare without a form line. If that 2 wins, then there is nothing. If the 2 wins, which is a 6-year-old mare, can it win? Technically it can, because it is still a lower drop. Here it is higher, here it is lower, okay? But that is a 6-year-old mare without a form line. And what happened to 2? Let's check. 2 also did not win in a long time. So we'll stay out of 2 also. 3 probably is right. 5 will not get immediately after 3. That doesn't happen. So we need to look for a lower. So that's 62. That's the advantage. 5, 3, 6, 5. And then out here, this is an 8-year-old mare. This is 6 steps up. And the 8 is a 57, where the 7 is a 58. That is from a very wide gate, so 7. Let me put my data. 3, 6. Then probably on 5 and 7. 3, 6, 5, 7. What can go wrong? This is too much. This is 8-year-old. This is wide. But that's that. 57. Or 51. 29. This is still higher. 45, 46, 41, 37. Drop is here. So we are thinking both the drops will work. Just not in this. And what about 4? Four is also in a bad state. 4 is also in a bad state. So 4 is out. 3, 6. High pressure, low pressure, high pressure, low pressure. That is how it should work. We'll see how that works. So, Dows, welcome back, Dows. I was on the 9 only because of the jock. You were on the 9. That is a brilliant one. We calculated all of them. These two was not possible. 10 was not possible to win. 3 was getting wide. But 9 was wider. But here, the twist was the pressure. Okay? That... Yeah, I mean, but then these are very risky propositions when you have so many horses with negative leverage. How do you even make believe yourself that this is something that is going to work? I was hoping on the 6, but the 6 went to God knows where. I was hoping on the 6 because of the scene here, up till here. Okay. I was hoping on the 6 because of the scene up till here. In fact, up till here. I got knocked out by the 9. The 6 did not work. Telemarshal. See, the 5 is good. Okay, the 5 is good, but it has not won in a long time. And now it is like that, 3.5, which is also correct, but beating... And I'm very scared about that 6-year-old mare. I don't know what it will do. Very scared. because it's still 56. Here it is creating pressure. I mean 56.5, it is creating pressure on this horse. On the same weight, it is creating advantage for the 6-year-old mare. The problem is it is a 6-year-old mare, but that's the highest. So if that gets in, then there's nothing doing, but it has not won in a long time. It's the same thing as any other. But might get a place. That's there. Might get a place. Dows, do you have Sandown in Singapore pool today? Do you have Sandown in the Singapore pool?
They make their way to the start point. Eagle Farm, the 1800 metre race coming up here. Benchmark 70 grade. Victoria, the favourite, is $2.60 and $2.15. Best back late with the Magnet. Res Savant is $2.90 out to $3.50. Marcello, number 6, is 11 into $9.50. Just going back out to $10. And so hers been nibbled at longer on still number 4, $21 into $15. Under 60 seconds to get the bets on. Victoria drops out of Saturday Company, and Mitch likes it as behind.
But she was very well tried to win that race at her first run for Tony and Maddie Sears. She, I think, went up as much as $14-15 or something like that. And she ended up starting favourite. She was well supported throughout the betting week. And the markers were released for that Saturday race. Now, the run was 6th of 11, and on face value, it's slightly disappointing as the supported favourite like she was, but sectionally she was actually pretty good in a race that was dominated by the on pace, as she probably went as good as what she could. She was 2,200 back to a mile, so going back to 1,800 metres from a soft draw here with Ryan Maloney to ride. There is a bit to like about her. The knock is she's stuck on 2 wins from 16. Ria Savant is in good form. He's won 2 out of his last 4 and comes off a solid win at Ipswich last time around. That was only Class 1 set weights grade. on the second line of betting have been a bit soft with the market support for Natoya. They've had nibbles at longer odds for Zahir and also Marcelo. It's 21 down to 14, Zahir. So they're about to come up, fifth of the day, going 1,800 metres. Mistress of Illusion coming forward with Empress of Japan. She failed last start, but she's gone back to the trials. Previous form was solid. There's another one coming off a last start failure, but was a winner here. This track had tripped the start prior. She's an $8.50 chance today. Now, Barcelo and Zambezi Khan, Zahir and Tekda, Rio Savant to come forward and complete it. Race number 5, starting from the 1,800 metres mark. They're almost on the train tracks out there with that rail out 12 metres today. Now Zahir moves in and Rio Savant will be the last to load. So here's Rio Savant coming forward to the middle gate. We got our way. Eagle Farm Race 5. Lights on. Sets. They're racing this time. Mistress of Illusion off the inside. Barcelo, 2 of the first out from Rio Savant. Natoya's going to hold somewhat of a forward position, although Empress of Japan and Zambezi Khan are going forward. So Natoya's going to settle down around midfield. So her on its inside, and then CRS and Tekna has dropped to the tail. 1,400 metres left to run, and Zambezi Khan took it up to lead by 1.5. Barcelo's in second, a length and a quarter. Empress of Japan just tugging for a little bit more rain as the speed slackens now. Mistress of Illusion on the rail, improving. 2 lengths away, Rio Savant. On the outside of Zahir, 1 3/4 to Natoya. Now third last in the run. CRS and Tekna is last. About 8 to 9 off the leader. Zambezi Khan strolls them along. Going off the back, 950 metres left to run. Leads by length and tail. Barcelo's in second spot. 1.5 away, Mistress of Illusion third. A half back to Miss Empress of Japan in fourth. Then followed Zahir and Rio Savant racing together. 3 lengths to Natoya. On the outside of CRS and Tekna is last of all, about to try and flush out Natoya for a 3-wide trip, but it stayed in. So approaching the home quarter, 6 left to run. Zambezi Khan's in front by about a deck to Barcelo. Here come the runs. Rio Savant out deeper as Tekna. Empress of Japan still there. Then Mistress of Illusion. Natoya's back second last at the moment, getting to the outside with 5 lengths to make up. They're stretched across the track. 250 metres left to run. Zambezi Khan just from Barcelo. Tekna is out wider with Natoya. Natoya the widest runner starting to wind up. Zambezi Khan still in front here. Natoya's about 3 parts of a length away. Zambezi Khan's gripping on. Zambezi Khan
1.
all of the way. Beat Natoya. We just ran out of time in the end. Barcelo and Zahir the next 2 in.
So it's 1, 5, 6 and 4. Zambezi Khan gets the cash there for Courtney Bellamy. Made a double figure off the table.
1. Six steps up. 9. 1. 5. 1, 5. Then whatever happened. 1, 5. 1. That is that. 6. 3 has been scratched. One, 4, 2, 5. So one is the favorite. Ideally, it should win. Okay. But here is the catch. The catch is this, that like here, okay, the 3 on a 56 was getting into a pressure model. Okay. On a 56.5, the 3 was getting into a pressure model. The 1, even after with that climb with 60, it is still a low pressure. So, those things, before we got into how the drops are, we had a fair bit of an idea of how the pressure works. Okay, so this was still a pressure, a drop, and it was a benchmark 70. That thing just went through. The 5 was lower than that. So the 56 was creating that 55. That was a low lower weight as well. But if we look at that, that's a 55 creating 2, and that's a 60 creating negative 12 on that 1. And that happened. We saw what happened. We spoke about the 1. I was not in a position to believe that it will go 6 steps up when that thing has not won in such a long time. But today, probably it did the job. So here, though, that's that. Okay. Now, if a higher weight is creating a lower pressure, then the higher weight is definitely something that is an advantage. So I think it is 2 and 1. It's a queen, probably. 9 and 4, those are on the lower side. Can they get there? Maybe with the pressure, but I think if the pressure prevails, then on a 55, that is where it is going to be. So 1, if 1 wins, then 2, then 7 is the next stop, probably. But if 2 wins, then that, then maybe 9 has a chance. Then probably it will not go to 6. So that depends on how these two are going to work it out. But 2 and 1 probably is a queen. That should work. They fail from there, so they probably can't win from there. The 1 is the linear, which ideally should win because of that. But with the drop, it is coming to 57.5, and this is climbing to 59 with the jockey arrangement. So that's that part of the story. Okay. What about 5? So 5 is a 58, which is higher than 7, which is true. But the problem is this, that at a 58, it is 1.5 as a drop. At a 57, it is 1. Advantage, definitely gate. They're probably the same kind, but definitely 7 has an upper hand. If that's that and that's that, then the pressure 1200 meter will play. So one ideally should win, but the tacky part is that it is going on a lower weight. But 1 and 2 should be a queen. What else can come in? This is a 55, will not go. This is a 55 on a 2.5. This is a 58 from gate number 3. In that case, 1 has to fail. But 1 is very higher than this. That probably is not the thing. So 1 and 2 should be a queen. We'll see how that works. Anything can happen here. Ideally, this is not the same. If they are not the same, then there is no question of who has the higher draw. The higher weight gets the advantage. If that happens, then that happens. In that case, 7 will get into trouble. In that case, what happens? 12 is the other. Here is window. 55, 58. Naveen, safe to say 1 and 2 have the edge. Yes, Naveen, 1 and 2 has the edge. And 1 and 2 has the edge. What is the problem? So the problem is, so we are at benchmark 78. Benchmark 78 is a very stable benchmark. Okay. The problem is this, that they are both same age. Okay. They are both same age. They are same body weight. Okay. There could be a little difference in the body weights, maybe here and there, but they're probably in the same ballpark. Same body weight. Okay. If they are the same body weight, same age, then the better horse should win. That's one way of thinking. The second way of thinking is, if they are the same, then the higher weight should win from the inner gate. And the wider gate will have a problem because they are the same age. Okay. Same body weight. Almost. Okay. There could be, 5-10 kilograms here and there, but they kind of are on the same ballpark. Leverage is higher on this, lower on this. This is higher anyway. So that's where we stand. Okay. That is where we stand. High and low. Problem is that on a 57.5, it is creating a pressure on this horse. On a 59, it is going on a low pressure. So That's why these two probably is a queen. Okay, those two are very strong horses. Now, if that's that, then what happens? Then form lines will come into picture, like the 7, 1, this is 1.56 is the linear. I mean the second linear. So the 6 is the second linear, which probably is in the 4th line because of the struggle. Okay. So if that's the struggle, then 4 is also in trouble. Okay. Ideally, 6 should be beating 4. If those things are in, why? Because of the weight, right? 59 drop. So that's that. In that case, the form line 7 is probably on the 3rd line, and then either it lands here on the 5, which is possible, or it lands on 6, which is probably the algorithm. I mean, so here is the thing, Naveen. This guy is our hero, all right? This is the linear. How that works is like this. So he is the highest handicapped, okay? He is the highest handicapped. So that's a 965. Is it a good linear? No, it is not. A good linear is about like this, anything on the ballpark of 300. Is it a good linear? No, it is not a good linear, but it is the hero. It is the linear. 9, y is marked red because it will always come right after the linear. Okay, that is the lowest in terms of pressure line advantage. Okay, and then these two guys will be on the drift side. Now the drift works whichever is the highest. So in that respect, from the outer drift, this is the highest, and from the inner drift, this is the highest, but they are carrying lower. Okay, so those are very competitive horses. The 4, the 7, those are very competitive horses. And we were stuck there. Then we had to look for other alternatives to figure out where things are clicking. So that's when we worked out the relative weight. And when we got the relative weight, then we have some understanding of where it is going. So 1 is on the highest on the relative weight, but that is creating a pressure. 2 has the highest weight, which is good. Okay, through the drift you will get to see how the drifts work, but for that we need a normal circumstances, not like 12-meter wide. It is like Pragati Maidan in Delhi. This is like so wide. I don't know how those things will work, but ideally what should happen is this: 1 and 2, then this guy comes here. 4, 9 is the EW. This is a very dangerous horse, okay, because it has a low pressure. Like here, the 6 actually nailed, not this one. I don't remember where. There, the 5. Okay, you see that EW? The 5 nailed that thing. So those are very dangerous horses because they have tactical advantage on the body weight, on the weight that it is carrying, and the weight has been handicapped. So those are very dangerous horses. How they work generally is a high pressure, a low pressure, then a high pressure. That is how it works. But now we also have to take a note of the relative weight. Whether a high pressure is capable of, taking that high pressure. So let's see. 2 and 1. Look, 2 and 1. And 1. Queen.
Is hit the line nicely to win by a length and a half. And it's 320 into 240 and best back. And we've got 420 to 440 shot of whiskey. Longer odds Galpin, number 8 for Robbie Dolan. It's 12 out to 20, back into $18. And Freeland, number 4, attracts good interest. Placed both trials, second at Ipswich in the most recent. So resumes for the month's yard, 420, 460 back to 420. And Mitch is tipping it. Joining.
Loves her most recent trial, Andrew, going into this first up race. She only had the 1 run last preparation where she bled and was obviously immediately tipped out. Not a bad time to get these mares first up after that bleeding ban. She looks to have trialled up particularly well. It's just now whether the rail 12 metres on dry ground, whether she's going to spot them too much of a start. There's been a very good push for Mean Approach. She's obviously come back in good order off that first up win over 1,000 metres. Shot of Whiskey had excuses at the Sunshine Coast on Cup Day, was good in a benchmark race at Ipswich on their Cup Day, and was a winner in midweek grade the start prior. So it's a clear third elect in the Betty. 250 Mean Approach, $4 now Freeland, so there's just a late rally for her. And 460 Shot of Whiskey over Roy Princess has been a little soft in the market, 950 off an unlucky run last start. Mean Approach moves in Shot of Whiskey right. Not surprised, bringing ex-South Australian form, Victorian form as well to this race first up for Lee Wadless has gone 750 to 12 in the market. And here is Freeland about to come up and complete it. The Jace McMurray Handicap, Queensland Premiership Champion Apprentice for this season, set to run. And they're off and racing now. Freeland out the back of the start. Oberoi Princess bounced well. Showing Speed is not surprised, who's going to take the lead. Mean Approach is going to slide across into second. Third, Oberoi Princess. And Shot of Whiskey settles down fourth. 2 lengths away, Aratiri. On the inside of Bashani Ego, another 2 1/4 to Freeland and Gilpin. They're the last pair. Passing the 750 metres mark. Not surprised, rolls them along. 3/4 clear from Mean Approach, left without cover second. Third, Oberoi Princess and Shot of Whiskey's got the right trip fourth. 1 off the rail and on the back of the favourite. 2 1/2 away to Aratiri. Bashani Ego together. Freeland second to last and Gilpin is last of all. Around the home quarter, 425 left to run. Not surprised narrowly from Mean Approach, who moved up boldly on the outside. Shot of Whiskey in third. Further back behind those, Oberoi Princess and Freeland's a minute back. 200 metres left to run. It's Mean Approach in front from Shot of Whiskey. Still boxing on, not surprised. It's Mean Approach, 100 metres left left to run. Oberoi Princess is coming very late. Mean approach at Oberoi Princess, who had a dive. Oh, this is close. This is real close. Oberoi Princess puts in that last hop at mean approach, who was trying to grip on. Arachiri's in a camera for third with Gelp at the far side and Freeland out wider. Further back to Shot of Whiskey and towards the tail end of the field, Mashani Ego, and Not Surprised. This rails out 12 metres, and that's as close to a dead heat.
Yeah, that's really close. Certainly one right in the picture, mean approach over on the inside, and 5 taking that late dive, Oberoi Princess. Boy, that's close. 1 prominent, 5 right there with it. 9 should be third, and 8 probably fourth. Wait for the judge there. That's really tight on the running of race number 6 there from Eagle Farm. Second event, Q1 Lakeside. Swift Lady Luna number 1 at the top of the tree. 180 into 160. It's been best backed. Atomic Boom is $5.50. Just out to $6 on the second line. Top.
I think it is 1. I think it is 1. So 1, 5, the 2 got knocked out. Why? Here. Okay. Then came 5. But 1 should win. 1 probably will win this. Then 5. Then 9. And 8. On the outer. That's what I think has played. The 2 got knocked out. Seven. Four and 11 has been scratched. Escape number 11. Escape number 8. 6 is escape 2. 7 is escape number 2. 8 is escape number 10. 9 is escape number 7. 10 is escape number 5. 7, 1, 2, 6. So 53, 58, 65. So 48, 55, 55. The B176. Odds are right. That is how it should be. Now, if the 5 climbs up and nails everybody else, that's something that will happen. And why that might happen. So what are the problems that might happen? So So what happened that is climbing so high? There is nothing that happened. So why it is? Must be a trial. Must be a trial. But from 55 climbing up to 56.5 and delivering on a 58 is very difficult. That probably is not the thing. Here it is higher on a 58, but in that case this will not be 1. So the odds are right, but it is like this, that 63, 61, and then it is here on 59, which is 1.5. Ideally that should happen. 3, and the other reasonable one that can happen is this 2-year-old colt, which is also there, but it is from gate number 9. Now what? If this acts as a high pressure, then this acts as a low pressure, okay, which should not be the scene. So it's a 1600 meter. 1600 meter. One of the lower weight will get in, but that's very weird to think that that will come in. So it's one of these guys. That is bad. 10 we drop on 60. So okay, that is the one. This is also a cold, but this guy has replaced his. It's 75. I have 0 pressure line on this. 56. So ten. If this is high and this is low, this is high. It'll drop from 55, which is right. But that is very weird to think of. If that plays, then that plays. There is nothing else to it. It will not win as a neutral, that is for sure, I believe. The question is whether 5 will nail everybody else. There's a huge balance on the 5, but they generally fail from there, so we'll stay out of 5. Ideally it is here 1. This is a 59. This is still higher, so 1.5 and then 6. Ideally that is what should happen. This is race number 7. One 7.6. That is how should happen. 1 7 6. What happened here is the 1 probably won't. Let's check. Yes, 1 5 9 and 8. 1 5 9 and 8. So one won. So 9, 55, 58, producing 9. So 7 kind of got knocked out on 57. That happens because he's here. But what happened to 2? What happened to 2? Just gave up. Two just gave up. So in that case, the 9 got through up here. But still, that happened. So what happened here is because we were not getting a balance on this horse. 46, till 47 or 58. So, 1, 63, 51, round 7. So here, the 1 stayed on the pressure line. This thing failed. 59 and 55, that was the lowest pressure line. So that 58. So I was actually some guys are absolutely nuts. The 7, okay, the 7 could have been, I mean, they generally fail from there. Whenever they're up here, they generally fail. So, but here is the context. Like the 7 was okay, right? The 7 could have been there on the 3rd position, but they raved that horse so badly on a 12-meter wide rail that it gave up. The 1 was doing okay. The 1 was fine. The 2, we'll have to check the replay of that race, what exactly happened with 2, because 2 losing out on gas was not exactly what I was expecting. Why would it lose gas? But that lost. So there's something not right with this horse, probably. I'll be back from the washroom in a jiffy. Okay, I'm back. If the 5 wins, then everything is upside down.
It's 2, 6, 4 and 8 to race number 3. That protest on the previous, by the way, dismissed here at Eagle Farm, placing stand 159 on the previous dismissed. Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies, where Vanderbilt is the favourite, $2.90 just down to $3. Crusader Voyage for Jack Bruce, $3.50 out to $3.70. Ben Thompson steers, trying to win the race named in his honour. Japanesey number 2 is $8.50 out to $9 into 8 back to $8.50. Swag number 3 for Michael Friedman, Robbie Dolan is 10 into $9. Voodoo Lass 10, 11 back to 10. The other one that's been spec'd in the trade, just a little bit behind time here, by the way, but winning 2 of its last 3. Crusader Voyage is a special and best bet for Mitch Manners.
Was good last week, Mardo, scoring over the 13.50 at Doomben in a Colts and Gelding 65. So it goes to a mile now, drops back to its own age bracket. It looks like 1,600 metres is going to be right up his alley now. He was placed 3 times this distance when he was prepared in Sydney. But ridden off the speed at Doomben last time. He really attacked the line late in the piece to get up. 59's not easy, but he's going to get a good run in the race from that inside gate. He's got very much informed Ben Thompson in the saddle. Vanderbilt looked all certain for a win at the Gold Coast last time around, but just couldn't bridge back. Pink Vixen in the run to the post. Maybe not seeing out the 1,800. Goes back to a mile, which is a distance it's had 6 runs at, in fact, and hasn't been placed. It's not a great record at a mile. A few of those runs were in Queensland Guineas and the Gun Sins, also the Wings Guineas, so tough grade of late. It just didn't quite put the race away. It's $3 today, $3.60 Crusader Voyage. The improver could be Japanese's race without luck over the border of late. Had a tough trip in a Highway 2 back and missed the start at Grafton last start. Best form is good enough because he did win a 3-year-old Open over this distance at this track when last in work. He looks just about ready now, 4th up. So they're about to come forward now, about to come up. 7th of the day, the Ben Thompson. So Vanderbilt $3, Crusader Voyage $3.60. Now Vanderbilt and Voodoo Lass coming forward. Voodoo Lass not hopeless here. It's had little luck of late. The runs have been a bit better than what the placings have read. Pink Vixen getting set. So we wait upon Bon Riviere, Mashani Undercover, and Swag. Swag will be the last to load. So here's Mashani Undercover coming forward. Bon Riviere goes up into the stalls now, and Swag coming off that last start, 4th at Grafton in the Guineas. Be the last to get set. Almost ready now. Done well to catch up as much time as we have here. Ready for the 7th. They're off and racing at the mile. Crusader Voyage was midfield into stride. Voodoo Last bounced well with Spot the Aussie and Pink Vixen sliding forward underneath. So it's a line of 3 early. 2 lengths away to Vandervelde in company with Crusader Voyage. So they settle down together. Swagger sliding forward on their outside, but 3 deep at the moment. Bon Riviere, Japanesey, and at the tail end of the field, Mashadi Undercover. In front, Pink Vixen leading by 1 length. In second spot, Voodoo Lass, and third the inside is Spot the Aussie. 1,000 metres left to run. 1.5 away to Swag, was able to slot in 4th, 1 off at the end. Crusader Voyage 50 inside of Vandervelde. 2 lengths away to Bon Riviere on a 3 wide trip. On the outside of Japanesey and Mashani Undercover is last offence at halfway at the half mile. Pink Vixen a neck clear from Voodoo Lass, just edging a little closer now. 1 length away, Spot the Aussie in third, and Swag travels in 4th. Crusader Voyage tucked away 50 inside of Vandervelde. Then further back to Japanesey, Mashani Undercover. Bon Riviere's dropped out last of all. Around the home quarter, 4.25 left to run. Pink Vixen narrowly from Voodoo Last, the outside. Spot the Aussie in between runners, Crusader Voyage. That gap's appeared now, if good enough. Vandervelde, Swag, Japanesey to the extreme outside. 2.25 left to run. Pink Vixen just in front of Spot the Aussie. Crusader Voyage, Vandervelde out wider. Then Japanesey, 125 left to run. It's Pink Vixen in front. Crusader Voyage, Vandervelde. Bon Riviere, the wide Riders coming very late. Pink Vixen's gripping on though. Pink Vixen beats Bon Riviere, who got going very late to grab second. Canberra third. Vandervelde or Japanese. Crusader Voyage dropped out of the finish late. Next spot the Aussie, and further back Mashani undercover. Voodoo Larson Swag. Kello all of the way.
And Pink Vixen gets the cash there. So it's Pink Vixen getting the cash for Stacey Callow. Winning race number 7 there from Eagle Farm. We'll just check those minor numbers there on race number 7 from Eagle Farm, with one race to come there. Fifth event from Strathalbyn. Divine Fire is the favourite, $2.90. It's into $2.50, making it the best backed. Second biggest Taupo Tiger, $5 into the 4 range, but back out there.
6-1. Six, 8. Who has been scratched? Three, 8, 9, 1. So 3 is the favorite, okay? 3 is not doing well. So what is happening is 3 is the favorite. 3 is not doing well. It is losing body weight like nobody's business. Ideally, it is 1. That's the next in line. These two are very wide. I don't know what will happen here. 7 is again not doing well. Then it drops here on 5, which is good. Okay. 58 can go as a neutral. There will be no problem with that. After that, it's a confusion here, because if they are all the same, then 12 should get in. So 1 by 12. Okay. It's not only you, Naveen. Things are difficult. We had races which are a little difficult today, and this particular track, to be very honest, it provides anywhere between 30% within the odds. So if there are 10 races, 3 of the odds generally get home, 3 of the favorites. Today, the gates are, the rails are 12 meter out, which is not abnormal for this track. They do this. They have been doing this for a very long time. What makes the difference is the quality of the horses which are here. Okay. So ideally, why the scenario changes in every race, okay? Why the scenario changes? So if we try to understand what happens, basically, okay? So in any race, let's first understand how the characters are, all right? So in any race, we have some set characters. The linears, this is the linear, this is the second linear, this is the inner drift, this is the outer drift, both of them, okay? And these two are EWs. So now they all have their own ways of working, okay? They have their own style. They have their own characteristics. So what happens with an EW? EWs are generally with a lot of advantage. You look at any of those guys, they are with a lot of advantage, all right? So if you look at them, so they are with a lot of advantage. That's how they are that's with the pressure line. Now, first thing is we need to figure out whether the hero can win. Hero is the linear. That's the hero. The hero doesn't look like he can win today. It is in a very bad state. Okay? 3 and 7 both. They're in a very bad state. Okay. Now, if that cannot win, then we talk about the villains. Villains are these two. If these two are the hero, then these two are the villains. Okay, now they're like, one is 6 step down, the other one is a 6-year-old mare on a 1400 meter without a body weight. That's wild goose chase, so that is also difficult. Then we talk about the comedians. They are the comedians. Okay, they always come with advantage. They are the ones who will always have that kind of a thing playing. Right now, the one is the top weight on a 1400 meter. That is also the heaviest. Okay, so 3 is not doing well, 7 is not doing well. Those two are not doing well. So if that's that, then what happens? So ideally, when we are looking from there, so if that is not in a state, this is 64, low pressure from gate number 11. 1 is from gate number 4 with a very high pressure. All right, a higher weight with an advantage. That weight is producing low pressure on that horse. So that's that. And if we look from here, so that's a 60.5 5-year-old mare. Lower than this, drop is huge. 66, huge. I mean, the drop is higher than this. 64, gate number 11, higher than this. 63, 7 is the same, but it is not doing well. Okay, so 1. Then we talk about 11. 11 is a 58.5. Then we have a 64, which is a 59 from gate number 10. That's here. Now here is a 64, which is from gate number 11, which is a 5-year-old gelding. This is a 5-year-old gelding. Difference is this, that this is still better, but the drop is huge. Okay, and there is no effort actually on this. These are all pressure line, and then 6 is no effort, so that's 64. Now that is 64. Okay, but they are wide gates. Perfect. Then comes 7, which is not doing well. Then comes 5, which is on a 58. They are higher. These two are higher, but wider gates. This is inner gate. Okay, and the drop is lower. Okay, so that's 5. Now up till here it makes sense, but here what happens? Ideally, if they're the same, then the drop should work. Okay, if they're the same, then the drop should work. So 12, and then God knows what will happen.
Woody Vincent, Brandon Lorena to steer. Head under second pick, 440 out to 480. Joined by Mil Dubious, number 9, which is 460 out to 5, back to $4.80. Then Gambino has fans everywhere, number 5. The last start Gold Coast win, it's $10 into 750. And Pure Alpha, number 4, which is resuming for Tony Gollan, trying to win the race in his honour off a couple of trials. Third at Gold Coast in the most recent blinkers removed. It's $11 into $9.50. Up and Harry on top of this man, Mitch Manners.
Didn't have the best of luck at a vital stage last time around behind Moon and Quartz, who won the race at Doomben, and its winning streak was ended here at Eagle Farm on Saturday, but going well prior to that performance here on Saturday. So a bit of an informed style horse. And so too is this fellow. He was a good winner at the Gold Coast the start before. And he's a pretty consistent fellow that's going to carry the weight and get a good run for the an inside sort of a draw. But it's an open affair. There's many chances here. Maldubious looks ready now, third up. He's got to run the trip, though. Headhunter had no luck at Doomben first up. And then there's these nibbles around for Gambino, who got back into the winner's circle at the coast last start. Even Pure Alpha's had some fans here first up off a neat little trial at the Gold Coast recently. Brings somewhat solid enough benchmark 78 form from Sydney for a race like this now with Tony Gollan. So Pure Alpha goes up into the gates. El Defido coming forward now. And they're loading well here for the 8th. Tony Gollan, Torpedo about to get set. Quite soft in the market today, 11 out to 15. Headhunter to come forward. And now Smoke Show. They'll be the last two to get set. So Headhunter goes forward now. Just see where he gets to in the run for that awkward draw today. Our Smoke Show goes up and we're set to run 1,400 metres, race 8. Off they go. Maldubious off the inside, bounce well with Ariat, and El Defido going forward. Just off those is our Smoke Show Gambino around 50 inside of Puff and Harry. 2 lengths away to Headhunter, cast wide at the moment on the outside of Torpedo and Aram into the rail. Rotary's gone back to second last in company there with Pure Alpha. So 1,000 metres left to run, and in front Ariat bowls them along, leading by 2 lengths to our Smoke Show in second. 1 length away Maldubious in third, a length away to El Defido fourth. Similar margin Gambino fifth, covered up by Puff and Harry. Race favourites midfield. 2 lengths away next to Ara Minter, then Torpedo, Headhunter third to last. Pure Alpha and Rogary's last of all. 600 metres left to run as they head up towards the home corner. Ariat leads narrowly from our Smoke Show, the margin along head. Maldubious has had a sweet run in the race, third, covered up by El Defido. Gambino 50 inside, a puff up wider, Araminta, Pure Alpha and Rogary the last pair. 300 metres left to run. It's Ariat joined by Maldubious who burst through that gap, running on Puff and Harry out deeper. Then El Defido and Headhunter heads the others. 150 to go. It's Maldubious clear by a length and a half to Puff and Harry. Gambino very late, but Maldubious clear. Maldubious won it, but Gambino photo third. Puff and Harry or Headhunter. Rotary's passed a few late, including Ariat, Torpedo, further back to Pure Alpha, and our Smoke Show was one of the last ones in with El Defido and Araminta.
Maldubious wins it under Ben Thompson and beats Gambino. Now, not so clear cut for third. He gets the bob in here, 8 on the outside of the 3, and it will be that order. So it will be 9, 5, 8, and 3 to race number 8. There's one race to come in week with Mitch from Farm.
9-5, yes. 9 and 5. 9, 5, 8 and 3. So the advantage did not work. Why only God knows. We'll go to the next. Five, 7, 12. 13 and 16 all scratched. 5, 7, 12, 13 and 16 all scratched. 1, 8, 2, 4, 2, 6, 10, 6, 1, 8, 2, 9, 14. Ten, 9, 11, 3, 14, 5, 15, 12. One, 8, 11, 4. So 11 as a 55 cannot win as a neutral. Okay. 8 is one of the lowest pressure, but where will it climb? In that case, 4 comes in. So it will drop here probably. 1, 4, 10. It's all with the neutrals, I think. But here is the thing, they are kind of wide, okay? 11 cannot win. As a 55, 11 will not go as a neutral. That's very difficult. 8 is talking to 4. And if you look at the drop, then this is 4, that is 3.5. So 4 is still better, but the gate number is wide, okay? One is the right odd. That's 57.5. It's no problem. 57.5 going as a neutral is not a problem. One is the right odd. First, I don't understand. 9 was said to be unable to compete. 9. Yeah, so what I thought is this, that the 1 with the top weight will go, okay? These two are wide on a 64. 7 was not doing well. 5 was the next stop. Now, these are all same, okay? These are all same. These are all same, 60.5, 60.5, 60.5. Ideally, 12 is the one that should have gotten in after 5. But what happened is this, that the 12 was coming from gate number 9. So it could not hold up. It's just because of the barrier it went through. It's just because of the barrier. Ideally, if the barrier was true, if the rails were true, okay, then if all of them are same, then the drop should have gotten there. But today the barrier was out 12 meters, so this thing and this thing had a huge difference. That's why. Also, you know, my assessment, when I say that if they're the same, the highest drop should work. The analogy is like this, that if they're the same, then whoever has the advantage will have the advantage will work, okay? But that is also a thing that we need to figure out with how the drops are, okay? How the drops are, where are they coming from? So for this one, this was a drop. We know this is a drop. Ideally, that is the advantage, but it is coming from gate number 9. Between 9 and 8, you see the drop worked. Again, why? Because 8 was gate number 12. So those are the minute details that you have to be taking a look at. If you look at the drop, then 8 has a lower drop and a pressure line. So ideally, if it is about performance, then out of all these 3, 8 should have won. But no, 8 did not win. What won is between these two, this one. Why? Because of the gate. Nothing else. And the 5 is the nearest one on a 61. So what happened basically is that the 1 could not hold up the advantage. Even with the pressure, it just could not hold up. And the 9 and the 5. Ideally, if you look at this particular segment, okay, all 60.5, 60.5, 60.5. So ideally, in this case, what should have happened? If we take performance, then 8 should have won. Okay, out of these three, 8 should have gotten in, but 8 did not. Why? Because of the gate. That's the thing. Secondly, if we talk about these two, if they're the same, 12 should have gotten there, 9 shouldn't have gotten there, but 9 got there with the gates. So it is playing the rails. Okay, this is very absurd, and it's very difficult to actually work with a kind of a situation where things are not within the control. How the horse is going to react from with that advantage from gate number 9 is something that is very, very difficult to believe. And Naveen called me Mickey. My friends call me Mickey. No problem, bro. We are all trying to solve the puzzle. So if you have insight, I mean, it has to be a level field. All right, it has to be a level field, which it is not. It's not a level field. So in that case, what happens, you know, is very difficult. You will see these numbers, you can compare these numbers when we have a track which is playing true rails, when the rails are true, or at the max about 5 meters, 6 meters, that's okay to play with. But here, when it is about 12 meters, then things get complicated. It is just not one thing. It is just not one thing. Ideally, if we think that performance is the key, then they're all 60.5, then 8 should have won out of this. That did not happen. The 9. Five. And God knows what happened. No, Mickey. Mickey as in Mickey Mouse. Bro. Mickey as in Mickey Mouse. See, the 11 has the highest leverage, okay? It is running as a 55, but it is going to be running neutral. So whenever it is 55, neutral becomes a challenge, right? They cannot win generally. They cannot win as a neutral. It has to, the right weight to go as a neutral is 57.5. Now the question is the neutral going to win or a drift going to win? So now we look at the drift. That's the largest drift. These two are our heroes, okay? 57 coming from 61, it is still higher. Those two are the first and the second linear. 11 cannot win, okay? 55 as a neutral cannot win. Generally that doesn't happen, but that's the highest leverage. So that's a huge leverage on this horse. 1 is the right weight. 55 again, 10 cannot win. 4 will struggle to win. Now, what are the other possibilities that might happen? 15 is a negative leverage. 9 gets really, really difficult because of the gate. 8. To go as a neutral, 57.5 is the right weight. Okay, that's the right weight for neutral. If all of them are neutral, 57.5. That's where it begins. Anything above than that is okay, but minimum it has to be 57.5. 8. No, no, no. Why 8 is not in a safe position? So this is a 61, this is a 61. Okay, this one is a 61, the 4 is also a 61. They are the same capability horses. Okay, here it is dropped 4, here it is dropped 3.5. Here the difficulty is negative, which means not good. Here the difficulty is 0, which is an advantage. So 8 is not safe, bro. 8 is not safe. The only advantage that 8 has is the gate. The only advantage that the 8 has is the gate, but in that case 4 is going to talk to 8, 11 is going to talk to 8. Why? 11 is still higher. That's a huge leverage on that horse. It cannot win because it's a neutral. But there's going to be a lot of tussle. So 8, bad idea. The only advantage that 8 has is the gate. Will that work? We'll see. Here we'll get the right picture. So ideally, if it is about performance, okay, then 3 should win between these two horses. 61.5, 61.5. In that case, they almost have the same form line. So this is a 4-step drop. This is not a drop. This is stable, okay? So if they are the same, if it is about performance, then 3 should get a place over 11. We'll see how that works between 3 and 11, okay? Because they are the same category. Naveen, what I'd suggest is you take your time, all right? Don't rush into it. Just take, get the understanding of how things are working. And bro, one more thing you have to understand, I'm getting old, all right? I'm almost 50. I have a bad eyesight. And when I start making mistakes, I keep making mistakes. I cannot go back, So I have good days, bad days, stuff like that. So you need to understand that the numbers, they react. The first thing that you need to get a hold of is, are you able to understand the numbers, and are you able to understand where it is working and how it is working? If you are not able to understand, ask me questions. I'll be more than happy to answer. Which number means what, how that is reacting, how it should work, why it did not happen. First, get yourself into a position where you can interpret the numbers. Then you think of action. Bro.
Let's get to Mitch. He comes home with dust cloud ticking along beautifully for Tony Gollan.
It's somewhat of a big race for Tony too, Andrew. He's looking to equal his previous best Metropolitan season victories. He currently sits at 146 with the winner earlier today. There was obviously some hope that he'd break it with a few runners scattered throughout the day, but sits at 146, his previous best is 147, and he's got Dust Cloud and Iconify in the last event here, the last of the season. Something in Orange has been well tried to win the race, 5 into 390. The gap is closing all the time between Dust Cloud and Something in Orange. They've kept these two down towards the bottom of the book. Love Rebel and You Are Mine, both coming off maiden victories, quite safe for the market at $6. Speaking of Love Rebel, it's about to get set. Something in Orange about to come forward. Hard as Brock away from the gates. The pickup ride for Rob Thorburn and Chelsea Baker. The pickup ride for Crypto Magic with Jai Williams out late in the day. You Are Mine coming forward now. Metropolitan Apprentice of the Year, Jace McBurry. Crypto Magic about to get set. Then Rainbow Glitter. Missing Boundaries, Iconify, and Empress Aspen. Last today, 310 Dust Cloud. So Missing Boundaries goes in, down to the final 3 to get set. Rainbow Glitter about to come up. Iconify and Empress Aspen. Last 2 to get set. A mile the trip. The Farewell Kim Kelly handicap to close down Metropolitan Racing for 25-26 in Brisbane. Set to run. Lights on. Off at racing now. Iconify and Rainbow Glitter are out the back. Something in Orange, Dust Cloud, 2 of the best away. You Are Mine not far away with Divine Squire. Hard as Brockers going forward deeper. Crypto Magic behind those around 6. The next the inside is Love Rebel picking up. 1 length away, Missing Boundaries, length and a half, Rainbow Glitter Iconify. 3 lengths away, Empress Aspen, settling down a clear last. Dust Cloud is the leader. 1,100 metres left. The run leads by 3 parts of a length. Hard as Brockers Park second. Divine Squire Rails running in third. Covering up on the outside as You Are Mine. Further back behind those, Love Rebel and Something in Orange. They're midfield together going off the back. 1 length away, Crypto Magic and Missing Boundaries, length and a quarter, Iconify. Third to last with Rainbow Glitter and Empress Aspen sees them all. 700 metres left to run. In the last event, Dust Cloud, a neck clear from Hard as Brock edging closer. Prior to the home bend, Divine Squire third. You Are Mine fourth, just getting felt for. Then followed Something in Orange and Love Rebel held up the rail. Crypto Magic taking off deeper. 2 lengths to Missing Boundaries, Iconify. Rainbow Glitter and Empress Aspen is last of all. They top the straight, Dust Cloud in front. About a length clear from Hard as Brock. Divine Squire whacks away. Love Rebels out now. And then followed Something in Orange and Crypto Magic. But it's Dust Cloud in front. 200 metres left to run. 2 lengths clear. Love Rebels run to a clear second. But Dust Cloud is doing it well. 2.5, 3 clear. And this is going to be the equal record to Tony Gollan. Queensland's best just got a little bit better. Winning the last Dust Cloud by
110, 6 and 3.
Love Rebel runs second and third in Divine Squire. Just behind those runners in fourth position a photo. Hard as Brock was out deeper with Iconify and Missing Boundaries was poking through legs. Behind those, Empress Aspen and Something in Orange was well back. Crypto Magic, You Are Mine and Hard as Brock. Look.
So Dust Cloud, home in a waltz for Ben Thompson. 100.
So what happened? 1, 10, 6, 3. 1 went. That's the right weight for the neutral. 10 cannot win as a 55, but it was on pressure and the drop was lower than 4 and the gate was closer, so 10. Then comes 6 because that's our hero, and then it is this genius 3 who was our villain. So that is how it played. So why not 8 is because the 4 will talk, the 11 will talk, all of them will talk to 8, and it's difficult. 8. When this guy is there with both sides of the physics, then it is difficult. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 9 races today here. Though all the races were disaster, this is the only one which played somewhat good because this was a class 1. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat and try to have some fun and try to solve the puzzles. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. Thank you so much for doing that. It means a lot to me. And thank you, Naveen, for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Saturday in one of the tracks. Till then, stay blessed.